Hello everybody, welcome back to my channel. I'm Robin Phoenix and today we will be continuing to some more Ace Attorney investigations. Now the last time we have completed the fourth case, which is called Turnabout Reminiscence, and now we will begin with the final case of the series, Turnabout Ablaze. And due to how long this case is, we will not complete it in one stream. This will take about 2 streams. But for now, we will begin with episode 5, Turnabout Ablaze. Two cards. One of the Black Raven and one of the White Raven. A country torn in two. One to the west and one to the east. When those which were split are made whole again, the truth will reveal itself. It's Yatagarasu! Yatagarasu's here! You accused Yatagarasu! Kay! You... "8 hours earlier." March 14, 10:17 a.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. It's so nice, almost dreamlike, to finally have a chance to relax and sip some tea. Especially after what a whirlwind the past few days have been. On my return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol agent's murder. The next day, I investigated a kidnapping and a murder at the Gatewater Lamp theme park. And later that night, a detective's dead body welcomed me back to my office, along with the thief who was out to fill her files related to the case from 10 years ago. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? Well, at least I have today. All I ask is that I be allowed to spend it quietly. Mr. Edgeworth! This is big, I tell you. Hey, what's wrong with you? Where's your enthusiasm? And suddenly, the fragility of dreams comes to mind. What are you talking about, fragile dreams? Come on, let's go. The fake Yatagarasu isn't going to just find herself, you know. Well, if you must know, it's possible that I was paid to visit last night by your fake. Say what? Unfortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we only had a few hours to search so far. So I must insist that you be patient on this one, Kay. Well, what's with you today? Are you sure you aren't sleep-talking to me right now? Anyway, I got something much more important that I want you to see. Oh, and that is? Take a look at this! On March 14th, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. That's quite a bold dedication to send to the embassy. I suppose it is inevitable that the newspaper would catch wind of this. The date of this card mentioned is today. Today, huh? Come on, we gotta hurry. The embassy awaits. I suppose it is quite an urgent matter. However, do you know which country embassy we should be investigating? Well, it's some really special country, and I'm actually really fuzzy on the details. But never mind that. Where's all your energy? Why are you so lactational today? I'm not, Kay. You're just too wound up. Well, then you should get wound up too, because this just might be our chance to catch that woman. You mean Miss You? The woman who killed Kay's father at Burn Fairday 7 years ago. Callisto Yu. She claimed to be the great Yatagarasu, and then disappeared from the courtroom. She makes me so mad, the phony. Everyone knows that the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a calling card. Until the company's underhanded dealings are made public, the target is always completely unaware that the Yatagarasu had paid them a visit. That's what makes the real Yatagarasu so awesome! The Yatagarasu's card that's shown in this article. It looks to me as though it could be genuine. See? That's the thing! Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal but has knowledge of the Yatagarasu. If this isn't a clue that the woman's involved, then nothing is. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, out the door till you go! Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. There's something interesting about this card we found last night here in my office. It's of a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why. What's up? Any reason why you're boring a hole through the newspaper with your eyes? No, no reason at all. Very well, seeing as how Miss Yu is also someone of special nature to me, I agree there is some merit to be found investigating this. I knew you'd come around. March 14, Part B. By the light of this night's glorious moon. We are ready! Ready to embark on our nightly outing! And this is where our tale begins. It's the Steel Samurai. What a coincidence. Who would have thought that the Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held such an elegant theater inside the foreign embassy? Yeah, the climax was really awesome! Steel Samurai, Stussy Slash. I got chills down on my spine when he pulled that move out. I suppose it really is more impactful to watch the show in person than on television. I have to say though, this embassy is set up kind of funny. I mean, you have two countries sharing the same building. Well, as you say yourself, this place and the countries and houses are very special. Even this theater is special in that it's a neutral zone shared by the two countries. So let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the two countries. The one that's called the Kingdom of Ablaze, correct, right? Yes, it would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in that country as well. Seems that way. But you know what I'm really into? The Gemin Ninja. The Republic of Babal is sponsoring the Gemin Ninja stage show. That's something for fangirls like me. We're totally gotta see that too, Mr. Edgeworth. A Gemin Ninja show is gonna kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end. You know, ever since I first met this girl, I always had this inkling that what she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja. So anyway, about today's event, what is it called again? The Kingdom of Ablaze versus the Republic of Babal's Goodwill Jubilee. The small European countries of the Kingdom of Ablaze and the Republic of Babal. These two countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature, and it was called the Principality of Castopia. Is everything alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I'm alright. Moving on. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in two, though signs of their past remain. For example, their flags preserve the flower and the butterfly moths to this day. Constopia, huh? The KG-8 incident, and what was referred to as the second KG-8 incident, in which the embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases are related to the Principality of Castopia. In the 7 years that have passed, the country may have split into two. However, the Yatagarasu still sent a calling card here. What could it mean? What could it all mean? Mr. Edgeworth, I know you're thinking about something. Oh, excuse me. What were we talking about again? Could you please stop spacing out on me? Anyway, we were talking about the Ablaze versus Babal's Goodwill Jubilee. The two countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other, but supposedly they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they decided to hold this event. If that's the case, then why the versus? Also, both countries claim to own the real Prince statue and national treasure to both. They're planning to have them publicly evaluated today to see which one's the real deal. Okay, may I remind you to take care not to succumb to your thieving desires? Well, then when it comes to treasure, I can't help myself. You know that. Yeah, better be saying that in jest. Hey, I can read your body language, you know, and you got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigating. Investigating, I tell you. I know. And although we don't know if the Yatagarasu will make really make an appearance. I suppose we could still spend some time examining this place. Look who's here. Where in tarnation are they? Come on, Big Scoop. Hey, mister, out of the way. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Nah. I seem to remember this woman from somewhere. Yet my instincts are directing me not to engage in conversation with her. Perhaps it would be best if I left her alone. We'll see you in the next game. Maybe. Okay, that's good. Alright, now give me a drastic slam right there. Stop! Hey, do you mind? Get out of the way, buddy. Okay, once more. In 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, was that my fault just now? Well, he's obviously working. I guess we should leave him alone. And we're here, we're pointing line to the theorists and neutralists. As you can see, today's audience is full of enthusiasm. Let's see what this member of the audience has to say. Okay, that was good. Let's do one more run through. Excuse me, but when you're ready to film for real, would you mind giving me a call? Since that she didn't hear a single word I just said. 10 more minutes. No, and 5 more minutes. But isn't it really bad for me to spend time doing this? It's no use. Will someone please tell me what I should do? You appear to be troubled by something. May I be of any assistance? Leave me alone! I'm trying to figure out just the right time to talk to that girl over there. And I've been messed up. It's because I'm talking to you right now. Somehow I get the feeling he's about to fall flat on his face. Well, let's just do as he wishes and leave him alone. There are pamphlets about the 2 embassies here on this table. It still looks weird to me. The country split into 2 a few years back. And they share the same building and it's ground 50-50 ever since. Oh, I guess it's because they don't have the money to build 2 separate ones, huh? I should think that's not the reason why, Kay. I suppose I'll just help myself one of these. Alright, we got the embassy guide. What's all the hubbub? Ah! Hey, look! It's the Steel Samurai! And he got a son, the Iron Infant, with him! Iron Infant. May I speak with you for a second? It's the Steel Samurai. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you glaring at him for? Please excuse me. It's just that I've never seen a superhero up close before. It looks like he written something down for you. To Edgeworth, from Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of New Old Tokyo. Wow, an autograph! Pretty cool you got one, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Nice. Mr. Steel Samurai, Ambassador Alba is waiting for you. And now the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the Kingdom of Ablaze to shake the hand of the Ambassador. The Steel Samurai isn't only here to the 2 countries tonight, but rather can be thought as a goodwill ambassador for our own country as well. There he goes, off to spread goodwill to the world. He really does seem like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he? Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera. In just a few minutes, the Gem and Ninja stage show is set to begin. After the show, the Gem and Ninja will enter the Republic of Baba. He is set to meet with the Ambassador of Baba at this time. The Gem and Ninja show is about to start. We gotta get back to our seats. Regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas. Well, this show will change your mind. Come on, we have to hurry. If we miss even a second of the Gem and Ninja's awesome playing, I'll never forgive you. I suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice here, are you, Kay? I could listen to that Ninja Mark for a Death Lullaby song all day. His superb playing and the sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. And his heart-wrenching voice, now that's a Gem and Ninja's greatest weapon. Those pieces of Gem and Ninja merchandise over there. I got to have them. I especially want the hair sticks that's selling exclusively at these shows. They're exactly like the ones the heroine Princess Melosa wears in her hair. Anyway, hold it right there, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? You're thinking of going home, aren't you? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the Autokarasa will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely it was simply a prank. No, wait, I just know the Yatagarasu will show. But I thought you said that the Yatagarasu doesn't send calling cards. Yeah, I did, but I figured from the very beginning that this would wind up being a wild goose chase. But that card she said was a genuine fake calling card. A genuine fake? Well, how can I word this? The Yatagarasu's mark on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now? We got a problem! The Yatagarasu has been spotted in Ablaze! What? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha! You finally got to show yourself, huh, you phony? Hey, what gives? I'm sorry, but I will need to search you before you may enter. What the? Hey! The Steel Samurai just walked straight on through without one. Now if you don't hurry up, let me through, my phone is going to escape! Okay, a country's embassy is considered to be a part of the country itself. If you don't go through the proper procedures to enter the country... Mr. Edgeworth! I'm going to enter the ball and climb over the wall in Ablaze.
Hold it!
You would tell a prosecutor straight out of that you would tend to illegally enter another... Okay, are you listening to me? Okay, Faraday, and I'm coming through. Yes, and welcome. Someone stop her! Anyone! Okay, where are you? Don't tell me you really did find some way over this fence. Ah! Fire! It is too big for us to handle! Looks like the Yatagarasu came to Babal too! You accursed Yatagarasu! Kay, you had better be alright, wherever you are. Ooh, that's bad. I told you, it wasn't me!
Hold it!
Kay, are you alright? Do I look alright to you? No, can you do something about this woman? Mr. Edgeworth, just a gumshoe. What is the meaning of this? Well, sir, it's, this. It wasn't me! He was already dead when I ran in here, on the heels of the fake Yatagarasu. Look, I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person in the open hair stage. A suspicious person? A long black cloak and a hood over their head. I dare you to tell me that's not suspicious. When I saw that person, I immediately thought that they must be the fake Yatagarasu. So I chased them into the embassy, then into here, and then lost sight of them. But I just know that this person is the one who did it. Why are you so worked up for? There's no reason for you to be this loud. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Ancient Lang's secretary. Sheena, I believe your name is, correct? And if you are making an arrest, are you sure you have evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime? Is that also correct? You refuse to answer? I don't need to answer. You are merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority. Hey pal, then what the heck are you just said mean? If it happened here, it's under Mr. Edgeworth's tradition. The end. And seeing as how this building is sitting in our soil, we can investigate whenever we like. Unfortunately, Detective, embassies are a different matter. Huh? This office is considered to be a part of the Republic of Babal, which means that anything that happens in here defaults to the control of the Babalese government and Babalese law, giving them exclusive extraterrestrial rights. Extraterrestrial rights? Sir, do you really believe that the truth is out there? Basically, our country's laws do not apply into the embassy of another country. That was agreed upon in our respective governments. Our authority to investigate is effectively nullified the second we enter this place, which means we can do little here to the situation. No way, sir! Please leave this matter to Interpol's hands and go home. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, you're not Mr. Edgeworth! In that case, allow me to join your investigation. Yay! Miss Monokarma! Ambassador Polano, I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation. It's really nothing. Manny was my secretary, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly. Francesca? Well, I never imagined I'd meet you here of all places. Isn't it an embassy mean you have no authority to conduct?
Hold it!
Already? What is it? Ambassador Polano. And you are... I'm Miles Edgeworth, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Miss Bonkarma's assistant. Assistant? Miles, what the heck are you thinking you're... Please, I implore you, Ambassador Polano. Very well, I'll be counting on the two of you, Miss Bonkarma and Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean by you'll be Miss Bonkarma's assistant? I don't exactly have a choice, do I, detective? If I don't become Francisca's assistant, I cannot participate in the investigation. There you go again, running in the mouth with that aloof expression on your face. Francesca, please. I don't know what you're planning quite yet, but at least I do know one thing, that you are not my subordinate. Just remember that my whip is always ready to wake you, should you have been a brain lapse. Of course, I'll keep that in mind. If you are done playing games... Right, let's begin the investigation. Alright, let us begin. By the way, Detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here? Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty for the Ablaze embassy today. And why are you the police guarding an embassy? Well, on account of the car they got from the Yatagarasu. They called us up and asked for our help, sir. Oh, and because we've been searching for the Yatagarasu these past 7 years. It was more or less mutually beneficial arrangement, if you ask me. Except for how mutually unofficial this has all turned out to be, I suppose. It looks like you failed to completely perform your guard duty yet again. Ugh. Look forward to your next salary negotiation, although it's out of my hands. But sir, if I get cut anymore, I won't be able to buy even instant noodles anymore. So our victim was the secretaress of the embassy, I take it? Manny Cochin, I heard he has been an honorable person, very honorable. The cause of death is a stab to the base of his neck. He was lax in watching his back. We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body, and for the most part. If the fire had burned a bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle. But Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death in the middle of a raging fire? What in the world happened inside this room? There appears to be something in his pocket. This key! It can't be! Isn't it the Yatagarasu key that was stolen 7 years ago? What? But that's... Huh? 7 years ago? Oh! You mean that case where I was framed, sir? Yes, it was the piece of evidence that stole the life of Kate's father 7 years ago. Which was then stolen by Callisto Yu. What? Mr. Faraday was killed with his key, sir? I thought he was killed with a knife. Ugh. Scruffy! At the very least, try to remember the details of the crime you were a suspect in. Francisca, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Miss Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew about this key's existence. I doubt even a new rookie at the time would have been pretty deprived of such knowledge. Oh, I feel like the victim right now. All trampled on, sir. I suppose I'll just have to fill you in now. The secret to this key is... Oh, so that's amazing! Oh, that's amazing, sir! Some kind of magic trick. I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Miss Yu took with her. I remember this beautiful pattern in the blade. I remember this as well. It's a fine motif, isn't it? Yes, it looks like the two innerward vines crisscrossing down the blade. Vine, sir? I think it looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me. It's one of those six-sided stars, just like the police mark in our RDs. I really don't think you can call these stars. To say that the detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be an understatement. The real question is, why was the Ablaze embassy the secret secretaries holding this? Well, we don't know how Mr. Cochin came to process this key. Well, we do know that this was stolen by the Yatagarasu from the Colosseum embassy. That's right, Mr. Frederick had written that fact on his organizer. I believe this means that further research is required into this country of Colostia. Why don't you ask Ambassador Paulino about what he knows? Supposedly he is the candidate to the next Colospian ambassador and once long ago. You should be able to answer any specific questions he may have. It's a knife wound. It's obvious where he was killed with, but I wonder if it consists with the wound. Indeed. Isn't this knife a murder weapon? Some preliminary testings have been conducted. According to the results, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. The blade's sharp results are found to consist with the stab wound. I suppose this means that we now know that the crime was committed with this knife. This knife's got some really fancy ornamentation going on, huh, sir? I think practically seems artsy to me too. Although it's also covered in blood, just like the last thing that I said was artsy. But the handle is pristine. There's not a single drop of blood on it. Speaking of the handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. It's very beautiful. Oh, I already checked everything. I can't believe that Manny fell among thieves on tonight. Sadly, I have no idea what my schedule is for tonight is. Ambassador Paulino, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police, that and only that. I ask you to cooperate not only for your own sake, but with Mr. Cochins as well. You're a rather strong man, aren't you? Fascinating, how fascinating. Here, I know it isn't much, but I'd like to have these. I'm sorry, but it would be against my principle to accept a bribe. Oh, no. These simply coupons we distributed to promote Babal. Remember, we offered a large amount of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babal. Now I remember, the Republic of Babal is also known for its feverish tourism industry. I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased Manny Cochin. He was my secretary and the embassy's secretaries, charged with running the whole place. He was an admirable man. His death is a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything, accounting, printing, taking care of national treasures. I'm sorry, but did you say printing? Our country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry. So in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, etc., we have a printing press here in our embassy. I see. Please excuse my foreignness, however. I feel I should mention that I have a distant impression that I met him before. Oh yes! Since you are of the legal profession, I suppose you just might have. After all, Manny was involved in the KG8 incident. The KG8 incident? The defendant who was found innocent in that case was Manny. So, your Mr. Cochin is the same man who was the one in that case. It's been 10 years. Manny recovered personally from that case and dove enthusiastically into his job. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee the embassy's renovations. It really is a shame. He has such a bright future ahead of him. What exactly do you mean early by renovations? We can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy thinking we're a foreign nation, can we? So renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We may have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best to make do. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us do our best is no longer with us. Ambassador Paulino, I was wondering if I asked you about Constopia. Constopia? Alright, what would you like to talk about? First, I'd like to ask you about this key. What about this key? I found it sticking out of Mr. Cochin's pocket. I believe it originally belonged to this embassy. Is that correct? Upon closer impression, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly. That's not all about the key, it's also capable of changing into a knife. Oh! How fascinating! Is it possible that the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key? In the knife form, there's a flower mark on the base of the blade. I guess this knife might be from when he used to be a part of Constopia.
Hold it!
How did you come to that conclusion? It has both the Constopian's national symbols, the butterfly and the flower. I suppose Manny used his key here at the embassy back when he was still Constopia. Ambassador Paulino, this key was stolen from the Colospian embassy 7 years ago by Callisto Yu, otherwise known as the Great Yalagarasi. Oh, really? You were not aware of Miss Yu had broken into the embassy at the time? I'm sorry, I can't be of much help. I'm not very familiar with the details, you see. I only became ambassador just Babal became his own independent nation. But if Manny was still alive, he would probably know about what happened back then. Mr. Koshin and Miss Yu knew each other 7 years ago. But that doesn't explain why I found the Yatagarasu's key here at the present. Miles Edgeworth. What is it? Let me tell you something. You are currently my subordinate, and if you wish to convince anyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect. What's with the kitty kids in her eyes? I don't think that will be really necessary, Francisco. Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you're still under me. I thought Francisco was flying around the world in pursuit of the smuggling case. So then why is she here in this embassy? I was investigating the Alabasian embassy when I got wind of this mess. Ah, that's right, the Yatagarasu was due to appear at the embassy as well. Yes, but the difference is that we didn't have the fire over there. Although there was an incident in the Alabasian embassy as well. But I left Ancient Lang in charge in that case and came over to the Balbanese embassy. Ah, so Ancient Lang is here as well, huh? I see you met. Well, he's in the Alabasian embassy acting as bodyguard for Ambassador Alba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being there. So the suspect in the murder that occurred at this office is a little girl, I see. Is she perhaps trying to be the Yatagarasu? Kay would never harm a soul, sir. Kay? You remember, do you not, about the case we investigated together 7 years ago? That girl is the daughter of the victim in that case, Mr. Faraday. So she's that feisty little girl? Kay has been on the trail of Yatagarasu, which is how she ended up here, looking for the one who took her father's life. I see. Kay's trying so hard, but you know what? The Yatagarasu just keeps on tricking us all. How so? The Yatagarasu sent a calling card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. But all we had is an arson and a murder. The lab boys are going in circles. You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract and it's going to be on a rap sheet. If you ask me, it's perfectly fine with this fact that nothing was stolen tonight. I do wonder though if Callisto Yu really is the Yatagarasu. To steal your dirtiest secret. Is it possible that the dirty secret that Yatagarasu was sent to steal is very real? Dirty secret? Francisca, you're in pursuit of some dirty underhanded dealings yourself, are you not? Something tells me that this is no coincidence. In that case then, the person I'm looking for is here in the Balbalese embassy, huh? The head of the smuggling operation. I think I just might need to have Francisca about the smuggling case in more depth. Francisco, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trail of the smuggling ring. I suppose the reason you are here right now is related to that? Yes. After analyzing the intel we gathered from various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And this is what tipped us off. The accounting document. It's only one page of the whole thing, so we're not sure about all the details. However, it's enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. For you see, this type of paper was made only in the Principality of Colostopia, which means that somewhere in this country sits Alabes and Babal in the head. The one pulling the string behind the entire smuggling ring. That's Francisca for you. She's amazing, pursuing this case with all she has. Mr. Edgeworth, there's still something in the display racks, sir. Nice, huh? Although the blades are all remain of them, unfortunately. I guess the handles got all burnt up by the fire. Ah, so even the knives fell victim to the fire. Ambassador Polino, where is he? Are these knives yours? Why, yes, they are. They're a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol Babal. These butterfly-themed knives, along with Alabes's own set of knives, are comprised with 3 knives each. But I can't believe the Balbanese ones have been reduced to this state. Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tag of this blade. Ambassador Polino, what is this notch here for? Oh, that! That's a feature of these knives where you can freely exchange the handles on them. So that we can change how they look to fit the situation, of course. Oh, I see, so these knives were constructed so that the handles could be easily removed. Hey, it's another butterfly. I believe it's a symbol of the Republic of the Ball. A drawing this big on the wall of an embassy. It definitely convoys a sense of overwhelming patriotism. Well, I got a lot of patriotism too, sir. The reason I became a cop in the first place was because I wanted to protect our country. You may want to, Detective, however, yet to see the fruits of your desire. You don't have to be so blunt about it, sir. Because this is our national treasure, I can't ask you to please not touch it. I'm afraid the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the secretaries.
Hold it!
But there's a possibility it's related to the murder, wouldn't you agree? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give up for now? We can force him to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof. I suppose I don't have a choice here. This must be the one of the permanent statue Kay was talking about earlier. Is it just me, or does this man look like a steel samurai? They could be twins. A small personal safe. This was Mr. Cochin's office, so perhaps he stored his most important documents in here. Ah, of course it's locked. It appears we won't be able to open it without a key. The design on his knife handle. It greatly resembles the special Balbany species of butterfly. It does, doesn't it? Plus it says right here, the knife is property of the Republic of Babal. Perhaps this means that the knife used in the crime was found right in this room? We know for a fact that the Yatagarasu's key was used at the embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim Mr. Cochin's pocket, which really lets me to think that perhaps this is the key to the personal safe in his office? Good thinking, sir. Let's go try it out. It appears I was correct. The key that was left for us at the victim's pocket. It literally turns out to be a key to the next piece of the truth. What do we have here? Hey, there's nothing inside. Do you think the Yatagarasu made off with everything, sir? No, Detective. I believe all we need is a closer look. What is this here? It looks like a ripped corner of the piece of paper, sir. No, I don't think it's ripped. It seems more to me like it's stuck on the safe. Hey, you're right. It won't budge an inch, not even when I tug on it. But I don't think I've ever seen paper stuck on the inside of the safe before. Detective, I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper that's strange. It's the safe. What do you mean? What I mean is that the secret to the safe is that... Even just eyeballing it, you can see that the inside is a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with this unnatural way the paper is stuck in the back of the safe, I say there is more an extra bit of space behind the back of this wall of the safe. In other words, the safe has a second compartment. What? I suppose that you are correct in asserting that the paper is stuck in an unnatural manner. However, if what you say is correct and there is a second compartment, how do we go from opening the door to it then? As you can see, there's no other lock and keyhole in sight. Actually, there is one more spot of interest to me on this safe. Oh? Yes, and I believe this spot is the keyhole to our mystery second lock. The safe and the locks. Alright then, since you are so sure of yourself, show me how you deduct your answer.
Eureka!
Does the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Francesca? The shape? It does look very familiar. However, I believe it's simply a latch hole to the safe's lock mechanism. It's just for keeping the door shut, nothing more. Is that so? The person who used this safe, Mr. Cochin, made sure the safe had two compartments in order to hide something. Do you honestly think someone like that would allow this keyhole in the hidden half to look so obviously like a keyhole that even the average person could figure it out? You can't be serious. Are you saying that this hole is the keyhole to the hidden compartment to the safe? That's precisely what I'm saying. And I will prove to you right now that the Yatagarasu's key and the key that will open it. The Yatagarasu's key? Smiles, Edgeworth. It had better be a very bad joke. Sorry, but this is no joke. The Yatagrasu's key is the very key that will open the second compartment to the safe. We know that this key opens the first compartment of the safe. But the keyhole you're talking about is of an entirely different shape than that of the key. Let's go over this again, shall we? The Yatagrasu's key was originally made to open Mr. Kojin's safe with the Coluspian Embassy. We confirmed that the fact by opening the door of the safe on it. Now let's take a look at the back end of the key. Looking at the knife portion head on, what do you see? What are you talking? Ah! It appears you come to understand what I'm talking about. The view head on, the knife blade is the exact same shape as the keyhole. The real function of the knife's portion is to act like a key to the hidden portion of the safe. But that's preposterous! Because it looks like a knife was used like one to kill Mr. Faraday 7 years ago. We found a misconception that it was always meant to be a knife. But for both safe and the key to conceal such clever tricks, whatever is hidden inside the secret section must be the incredible importance. Then it's even possible that we've been searching for inside. Scruffy, hurry up and open that safe. Ugh. Yes, sir. Opening it now, sir. These items, they're a bunch of funny shaped things. I guess they're a piece of hearts, sir. You're in the way. Now move, Scruffy. I didn't think I was in the way. These pieces of art, they're identical to the ones that have been stolen from various countries around the world. I figured as much. These are the treasures the section of the safe was to hide from view. I believe the more thorough examination is required.
Eureka!
Take a look at these documents, Francesca. It says there are 3 pages in total, and yet there's only 2 here. Correct. Now take a look at the smuggling activity document in your possession. Tell me, is it not possible that your page was taken from this set of 3? Well, it certainly looks that way. By putting our multi-part puzzle together, we seem to have arrived at an answer. And it seems that you have now found what you were looking for. Yes, and with this it has become crystal clear that Mr. Kojin himself was responsible for the mass smuggling of Ablaze ink. Ablaze ink? Ablaze ink is a special product of the Republic of Baba. However, due to a special reason, only a limited volume was ever exported. And that reason is... that's classified. It is a need-to-know basis and you don't need to know. In any case, it seems that the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Kojin. His base was the embassy, so it's hard for both our countries and his to interfere, making it identical conditions under which to run a smuggling operation. But it's so frustrating. I lost the person I was bringing judgment down upon with my whip of justice. Well, even if he's dead, we still have a responsibility to look into his misdeeds. Do you expect me to whip a dead man? Well, I'm not interested. Francesca, you must know that Manny Kojin was a suspect of the KGA incident. Of course I know, on top of being the head of the smuggling ring. There is a matter of what really happened in that case that needs to be resolved. Alright, we finished that. Are you done investigating? You realize now, don't you, that this girl's the only one who could it be. Now come along quietly, Yatagarasu, K. Faraday. You are under arrest for the murder of Manny Kojin. Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you have to believe me, I didn't do it! I chased the fake Yatagarasu in here. And he was already... You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I'd like to help you reduce the number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes. What is that supposed to mean? I believe I told you that Kate Faraday is not the culprit in this crime. Very well. I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are. Even your police confirmed that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Ablaze embassy tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this embassy. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yatagarasu. And more importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body. Your reason for suspecting Kay is because you think she's the Yatagarasu? Exactly, but it isn't just me. She calls herself the Yatagarasu. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I was only out to capture the fake Yatagarasu. Imposter or not, it matters not. The Yatagarasu is the Yatagarasu. Very well, then I shall prove that Kay is not the Yatagarasu who killed Mr. Manikochin. Go ahead and try. Show me what the prosecutors of this country are made of. Just because she calls herself that, it doesn't prove that she is the killer. No, but it does give her a motive. The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity in this room. She obviously wanted to steal them. So she killed Mr. Koshin for the key. I see. Her logic is very sound, but I expect nothing less from Agent Link's secretary. However, that statement just now doesn't sound right. It might just be an opening in need. She wanted to steal documents regarding smuggling, so she killed Mr. Koshin for the key.
Objection!
Agent Sheena, I regret to inform you that there is a flaw in your logic. Oh? Even if you claim that she is the killer and the Yatagarasu, I am certain that securing the smuggling documents is not the motive behind the murder. The key to the safe in this room was found on Mr. Koshin's body. Furthermore, the Yatagarasu would not be so stupid as to leave without the documents. By the simple fact that the documents are still in the safe when we looked, it's obvious that the killer's target was not the safe at all. Then perhaps she didn't know that Mr. Koshin had the key on him?
Objection!
If that's the case, then why would she need to kill him? Because I can think of no reason for her to kill him if she had not known this fact. Need, reason. All of this is simply our conjecturing after the fact. It's entirely possible that she accidentally killed him when she was sneaking in. Perhaps she didn't notice the safe second compartment before returning the key. Ugh. But the fact still remains that Mr. Koshin was stabbed to death.
Objection!
But you have no definitive proof that it was Kay who committed the act. Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used on the victim with my own eyes. What? Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars. The knife wound in the bodies consists with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon which the killer was holding. I assume she obtained a knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is the part of the special 3-piece set which is designed like no other. The evidence in the testimony, it all points to the girl. There's no counter-argument. That is your definitive evidence? You see now that she is definitely the killer, right? No, Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta believe me. I saw a suspicious person in a long black coat outside the embassy, I swear. And you came in here because you were chasing this suspicious person? That's right, I ran to this office only because I was chasing after that person. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? This is... I came to this room upon hearing the girl scream. And when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her. So the object felt on her feel on the floor was the murder weapon? I had the knife analyzed right away, but we failed to find anyone's prints on it. So the suspicious person in the black coat who came in this room before me. You continue to insist there is such a person, but if there was, where did they go? That, I don't know, but I know they came in here. That sounds like a desperate excuse of a suspect, a killer, not a trustworthy testimony. You understand, do you? You can't trust this girl's words, Mr. Edgeworth. She has a point. Even if Kay's words are the truth, I must show that they are with some solid evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, I really did it. Kay, don't worry. If you didn't do it, then there must exist a way for me to prove that. Still not giving up, I see? In that case, try to counter my argument if you can. Don't worry, I can and I will.
Objection!
So the murder weapon was the knife with the butterfly design on it? But is that really the truth? What are you getting at? I'd like you to take a look at this. There is blood on the blade, and yet there is not a speck of blood on the handle. It's significant that at the time of the crime, a different handle was attached to this blade. The knife that Kay was holding, had this handle switched, was in fact not the real murder weapon. It wasn't the real murder weapon? This knife can be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? As you can see, the Ablaze knife has now been dismantled into two parts. The killer must have pulled out the murder weapon out of the victim's body, and proceeded to swap the knife's original handle with this butterfly one. It was all to create an illusion that Mr. Cochin was killed with the butterfly-themed knife. This should clear up any and all suspicions surrounding Kay. Your argument isn't airtight yet. How so? It's possible that the girl herself is the one who switched the handles.
Hold it!
Don't be ridiculous. For what purpose would she do such a thing? I don't care if you know how to criminal things. The way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like yourself. Therefore, I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may seem. The truth is right there in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. You will come to see that Kay is not and could not have been Mr. Cochin's killer. What is this marking on here? It's the mark of a flower. I assure you know what this means. No, not really. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time to drink their sweet nectar. And so they do. However, would this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower? The answer is clearly not a chance. Now to prove the relationship between the butterfly and the flower with this.
Take that!
You can't be serious. It appears that you made a connection. The flower on this blade is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right, the Kingdom of Ablaze. In other words, this blade is from one of Ablaze's ornamental knives. This part of the knife's handle has Babel's national symbol and the butterfly on it. Therefore, it is unmistakably Babelese in origin. But we both know that you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Ancient Sheena? After the fire had broken out. That's right, Kay entered the Ablaze Embassy after the fire had taken place. Furthermore, she had not been the Alabaster side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed between the two countries during the fire, which means that Kay could not have transported the Albastian object over here, which makes it impossible for her to be the true killer. Whoop! Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What a great victory. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? I'm happy we got this far to clear Kay's name, but what worries me is now what will happen next.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? An Alabastian knife here? Do you mean, how did this find its way to the Republic of Baba? It doesn't just find its way over, rather we should focus on what was smuggled over. You know what? My brain hurts thinking about it while we were just standing around. Thinking while you're on the run? Now that's the way the real great thief operates. Okay. Oh, thanks a bunch, Mr. Edgeworth, for proving me innocent, I mean. You believed in me the whole time, right? Tell me you did. Not really, but... Come on, you don't have to be shy about it. Your argument is still not airtight. Would you care to elaborate? I understand now that the girl didn't commit the murder. However, there is still a possibility that she is the Yatagarasu. That again? Look, how many times do I have to explain it to you? I am the real Yatagarasu. I'm not like the fake one that goes around setting fires, okay? Whatever you're the real deal or fake, it doesn't really matter. All I have to say is this. I have my suspicion that this girl is the one who started the fire.
Objection!
Preposterous! And what granted the inspector on such a thing? The fact that she calls herself the Yatagarasu, that in itself is the most elegant proof. Miss Sheena. Yes? I have no intention of taking back any of what I've said. I am the great thief Yatagarasu, and I refuse to allow some imposter to claim that name as their own. A path of justice that my father pointed me forward. I will walk it the best I can. It's not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that. Thanks a lot for the concern, Miss Sheena. Let me share something with you too as a token of my appreciation. Those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, and I'll steal them from you next time, okay? What? Well, I guess we better get going. Going? To where? To the kingdom of Ablaze. If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right? I suppose not. We won't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking. To see where the Alabastian knife came from, we'll have to pay the Alabastian embassy a visit. Let's go to Miles Edgeworth. As you are my subordinate, I will not tolerate you bringing the investigation to a halt. Understood. Alright, we finished the first part. Alright, let's move on. Count off. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Shivu, 99 callouts. So all 99 members are most likely here and counted for, sir. Hey, you. Yeah, you. The second one from my right. Sir. Yes, sir. Here, a birthday present for you. What? Shivu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays. What a kind heart you have. Shifu, you are more than a man that will ever be, sir. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Lang Zi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disability bite of an elder. That present isn't for you, it's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you? Yes, sir. Shifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us. Shifu, I'm so moved that I can't stop crying. I should probably leave them to their alone time. Alright, meeting's over. Everyone, head for your post. Dismissed! Sir! Yo, were you guys here the whole time? I got a call from Sheena. She already filled me in. It sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. It's simply because you gave me permission to investigate the Alabastian embassy. And what if I say no?
Objection!
Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to extend the same rights. Sorry sis, but it's not that simple. Ablaze is a strict immigration regulation in the world, or didn't you know? Even amongst my elite men, only half of them were admitted to the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen, we might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean. How dare you make such exceptions? Don't take this wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Ablaze, Miss Karma. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over at Ablaze are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you? We had an incident in Ablaze as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, Wolfie, just let us in already. Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? Not really, just having a discussion on whether or not to let these guys in. Ambassador Alba, I press you please allow these people to join the investigation. Having a debate because of my country? I'm terribly sorry for placing such good people in that kind of situation. It is all because I lack the strength to govern well. Please, it is nothing of a sort, Ambassador. You weakling Quirkus! Cure your fertility and ability and in fact changes in your country. What are you... The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang, and it is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang. There, you see? Oh, no way! Ambassador Alba, I pledge you reconsider letting them to Alabast. What's that? My very own secretary has been murdered in the Albanese embassy, and he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings completely unbeknownst to me. So I ask for your cooperation in the investigation. These aren't much, but I hope you can cover your travel expenses to Babal someday. Alright, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to get the final okay anyways. Alright, you hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in! Not so fast, little pro girl. You're still a witness of the Babal murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babal. Lieutenant Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me. Yes, sir! Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. Gumshoe did too. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? So I wanted to ask you for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is? Ah, that's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet. Francesca Von Karma, the prosecution prodigy. It's nice to see you again. Oh, I knew it. You're the whip lady. You may address me as Miss Von Karma. Miss Von Karma, I leave the investigation all the best in your hands. Thanks. Rest assured I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yaragarasu. The smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Francisca a bit more about them before I head to Alabast. But I must have forgotten to thank Ambassador Polino for all that he has done for me. Ambassador Polino, I am in your debt. No, it's nothing. It's because it's all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, yeah, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational. You really piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. No, that's quite alright. Oh well, how about this then? And what exactly is it? It's found in pen ink, known as Balinese ink, which makes exclusively in Babal. So this is Balinese ink. You made it with wet crystal oil, which is mined through our minimal mines. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen is this. And you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me, the ink in my pen just happened to have run out. I gladly accept your precious, gracious gift. Great! Wonderful! I guarantee to you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't exploit it, if you run out, you can always want to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering a customer along with the market. You made so much progress in the investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, which I helped by request, was cut down before I completed his task. There is no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to attain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smug line I was following. You mean the Balinese ink? But why are there restrictions on the export of Balinese ink to begin with? That's classified Interpol Info. Francesca, as your subordinate, I'm part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Very well, I'll fill you in. Recently, we discovered very well counterfeit bills criticizing Ziva. Counterfeit bills? Yes. As you may have deducted, the counterfeits are being made with Babal's special Balinese ink. And it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made from Balinese ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babal. That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct. Mr. Cochin was smuggling large amount of Balinese ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess, you still have yet to find the counterfeit bills of the smuggled ink. Yes, and while we were listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Ablaze embassy, we're looking into the Alabastian embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden, mark my words, I will find them. Well, shall we get going? What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission to enter Alabast, so we're going to go gather whatever info we can over at Ablaze's side, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you two. Right, I'm counting on you and Miss Von Carmel to sniff out clues in Alabast. Oh, and Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush over there straight away, no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. Ugh. What do you think you're doing to my subordinate? You're... Edgy! Oh, thank the heavens you're here! I'm in a really big pickle, your lordship! The raven, it appeared, poof, and then disappeared, swoosh! And so I am the steel samurai, my sword, it... Wow, I'm so confused, I don't know what anything means anymore! Who is this fruitcake? I am Larry of the House of Butts, married man of here Neo Tokyo, milady. Not I remember. This person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles? Yes, friendly enough, he is. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud is in the bind and you act like it's no big deal. What sort of bind are we talking about here? The suspect kind. I accidentally became a suspect in the murder. I see, that is quite a bind. Not that we're in the least bit surprised. Yes, I'm pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this on Lucky Face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he has been the world's largest source of trouble with the capital T. Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy. If you're not careful, you might find a tiny number of friends going down by one. That is uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on. Larry? It was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph? Oh, you didn't notice earlier? I even winked at you through my headpiece. What's going on? And why are your beef red? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? Oh, sorry, am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? Ah, so this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what, you ask? Of the murder of the man who has snuck into the embassy, Master II. Master II? Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry's not the type of committed murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune that stuck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. Shivu, we identified the victim. Good work. I'll take the report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well? What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek. But Agent Lang... It's bad. Agent Lang, will you allow the investigator such as myself to take a look? Oh yes, of course. You, let the detective see the file. You're Detective Bad? You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right? Fancy meeting you here, Detective. You weren't expecting me? Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop in case the card was ever found. What incredible dedication to the case! Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's MO very well, and his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bed, I must ask, are you going to make an ally of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. And if you can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him. I am in your debt, Detective Bad. About the murder of Master II, would you be willing to fill me in and reveal the details? When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, the masked second, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another. And I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in his room? Why exactly is that man placed under arrest, Detective? That samurai? He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he is completely harmless. Well, it's just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here at the Alabashian Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech, and that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats, for the guests who have been called to sit in them, were empty. A no-show? Who was it that failed to take their seat? The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at the time. And where was he? He was on the roof with one of his legs down the chimney. That chimney leads directly into this room. Ugh. Larry Butts, you really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. There's some weapons on display on the wall. A crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. They must be the counterparts of the Ablaze knives, which means that the blades inside these scaffolds should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Cochin. Knives adorned with flowers on display here. I suspect that these are the counterparts of the Ablaze knives. The blades of these knives should match the blade of the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. What? One of the knives is missing its blade. Let's see if these two pieces of blade and handle fit each other. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. Then this means that the Alabashian knife did find its way into the ball. But how?
Eureka!
Larry, about this spear. Oh, are you feeling it? Bam! I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me or the spear is a bit bent? What? No way, it's exactly as it should be, yo! I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now take a look at this which you drew with your own hands. You can see that the spear is clearly of a different shape. What do you have to say to that? I'm sorry! When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during practice, I was spinning it around and around. And BAM! It hit the wall! You unbelievable! This is an embassy! But I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time, on an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it late at night. I'm just a useless hot-blooded man! Larry, clarify this for me, will you? Okay, so it was some field trip and I began a shadowy fight with myself. Not that, I meant what you said earlier about sending the spear hitting the wall. Oh that, it's not biggie, it's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not why I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that moving as simple as spinning it around will cause it to bend. Man, AJ, you're so naive. Well, what? Where did that come from? Well, you keep calling it a samurai spear, but it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it because it's hollow on the inside. You can hit it against practically anything, it would bend. Is that so? Don't tell me you thought it was real. Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think it was part of the personality. It's cute. I see. Your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth. That's not friendship. It's utter humiliation. So this is the victim, the masked second. What is with this gaunty outfit? You don't know about Master Mask? A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. So the thief is separated from the Yaragarasu? I thought they were for a while, because their MO and targets were different. The mask likes high-value tickets and jewels, and being Gumshoe is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he'll know more about the mask. That's alright. All I probably hear is tales of his failure anyways. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? I thought that the man had quit the business. This guy, he's just a copycat using the name, a phony successor. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of no. He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy is the real The Masked Second. The cause of death appears to be a loss of blood from the back of his head. It seems like he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. So this is the murder weapon in this case? There's blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What do you expect? It's still Samurai's daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it a secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns into a real fight. You sure quite know about the bit of a still samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of this sword is a steel samurai. Or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as damn mentor as it is proving him innocent. What is he holding? It looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. It would appear that directions on how to reach this room are written by hand. There's something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Pramdra statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note in themselves like that? If I had to guess from the text, I would say this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. Just who is this person that requested the theft of a Pramdra statue? Larry, there's a few things I need to ask you about. Hey, how about that? I got a few things I gotta ask you too. What is it? It's like, both you and him, how is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Franny, what about that promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? The one where you said you would model for my next book, Franny's Whippity Whip trick. Yow! I made no such promise. Ever since grade school, I have a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Lawrence Dunham now? That's Dunham! Lawrence Dunham! Get that straight in your head, Edgy. Ow, 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 ow! Now that I remember, you're that real pale imitation of a real artist. No, you got it all wrong. I gave up on the whole Lori's business. Besides, when Bojona left me and my heart in pieces, that's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could go through this steel samurai outfit. Your entire blabbering makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as a steel samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who played the Pink Princess. You got it! I know you know what I meant, Edgy. Not really. It's not so much as I understood. But a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Larry, I'd like to ask you to confess right now. Is everything you did tonight... Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too! Nonsense. I don't believe you have a mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. But the past experience has taught me that you were always in the center of some insane event. Edgy, how could you be so mean stabbing me with the words like that? Unfortunately, I don't have time to search out the keys to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest you will cooperate and tell me what you know. Okay, I get it. Just stop Franny from whipping me from behind. So, I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine that whatever you were up to is probably beyond my imagination. So you will tell me what exactly you did, Larry. Nope, not yet, Edgy. I'll take more than that to loosen my lip. A lot more! Confess, now! Ugh. Okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there? Well, you know that wins your custom legendary hero. Legendary? Hero? Santa Claus! Santa? Claus? I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up on one of the chimneys. When I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. And? Well, I couldn't go up down to the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up. Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Of course I know. I did graduate from junior high, you know. But you should also understand this. If Santa were real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Aw, crud! It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has led you as a prime suspect in this murder. Come on, man. What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa? Let's start with the fact that it will be the ideal sub-March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits home on December 24th. That's in December, you dimwit. No! Hey, wait a sec. We're not in court. Larry, about to steal a samurai sword was used as a murder weapon. Oh, that. Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know. Yes, apparently you did. And well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You want to talk about shock? I was the most shocked of it all when I heard it killed someone. Shocked! Foolish fool looking, especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something as big with you? Who would have believed such a tale? Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. Hey, gee, you believe me! I just knew that our friendship is something special. Anyway, even if Larry has simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears me. Which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. The person she hands with the Steel Samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. It was taken just before the murder. The Steel Samurai must be very popular. They're even using the National Treasure as backdrop. I just don't understand. What exactly is so great about Top Knot there? Clearly there is a depth to the show that as a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of costume actors? There was the exact same statue fitting in that Ablaze office we examined. It's the Primadux statue. It's a national treasure of the Principality of Custopia. There's only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Ablaze and Balboa have claimed to have the real thing. What an incredibly childish fight to have. Look at this photo and tell me what you find odd about this scene, Miss Wakarma. The apparent joy of the ambassador's face as he shakes his top-knot hand? That's not it. I was trying to point out that the statue in this photo is facing a different way. You're right! The statue is a national treasure. As such, only the ambassador or secretary's level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now it's facing a different direction in this presumed crime scene, is proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime. Two gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers as lovely as these must have been equally a lovely name. Miles Edgeworth, are you done studying? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers? That's a rather unusual name. It was named after a priest in the 15th century of the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. I guess that's about wraps up my investigation. That's... Yo, Green Princess, how you feeling? Still feeling ill? And yet another strange character comes out of the root work. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay an Ablaze embassy a visit. I believe I may need to speak with her as well. Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Miss Pink Princess, if you would please answer... Me! This must be what they call faith. How could this happen 2 days in a row? What the... Aren't you Miss Oldbag? Why are you so surprised? So you're the one who called to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now. You are acquaintances with Larry? Why, yes. We worked at the same company for a little while, you know. That's why it's okay, my edgy poo. You don't need to be jealous. And I was in the next room, you know, trying to get some beauty sleep. It was so noisy here, I couldn't fall asleep. So I came here over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious edgy poo waiting here for me. I mean, who would imagine that you would ever come to the show like this? I guess I misjudged you, edgy poo. You had to misjudge him? I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know. That was no misjudgment on your part, that's precisely what I was trying to do. But it looks like the winds have shifted and now he's willing to chase after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, edgy poo, I'll chase you for forever to the ends of the earth. Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times where Francesca and I actually see eye to eye. Now then, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gatewaterland as a Pink Badger. What are you talking about? That was ages ago! That was yesterday! Look, I worked for Global Theaters before a long time ago, right? Well, they called me up on this morning, kinda out of the blue actually. They called you? Apparently the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in a last-minute replacement. Do they not have enough people on staff for that studio? I really couldn't say no, so here I am playing the role of the heroine instead of that Mimi girl, I mean. But that poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her. She's going to have a terrible time when she returns. I mean, oh no, not again. Because I tell her, she's about the simpleton. You're a rather lovely old lady. So basically, you received a standard request this morning, correct? You got it. If you need to see it, I got it right here. Look. It appears that she is telling the truth. I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience in tears. Yes, tears of laughter, if I recall. But being famous has its problems too, you know. But here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker. I was taking my break when I found this stuck under my door to my room. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your lovely night. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you think you could get my name right? There's no accent in my name. Wait, this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before? But now that you're here, Ajiku, I feel 100% safe. Where do I factor into this? You bust that evil stalker man from my sake, wouldn't you, Ajiku? Well, if you allow me to liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later. Oh, come on, Ajiku, stop being so dismissive and play hard to get. What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? What? After the show was over, I had nothing but free time on my hands, so I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. Well, a murder occurred in this room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Reggie Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me, caress me. If you please not cling on to my personage. In any case, I take it that you failed to show up at the investigator Alba's speech? Oh, that. No, I didn't go. I mean, I may have a heart of a young, tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you provide proof of your condition? Well, you just go ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way up to this embassy. I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. Prosecutor Von Karma, I brought the police dog as you requested, sir. Good work. You may leave now, officer. This dog. I'd request the assistance of a dog in our shirt to the Yaragarasu. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Hey, you're the real cutie, are you? Yeah, that's a good boy. That's the police dog Gumshoe been taken care of. I think its name is Missile. What a fitting name for the police dog that dashes out of the front and attacks. That action alone is exactly what's going to solve this case for us, you know. Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go! Oh, cute dog. Good dog. Aren't you? You really are quite bright, aren't you? Like a certain someone I know. Now what do we have here? What is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but... Hey, Francesca, isn't that an official samurai dog? No! Bad missile! He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. It's just a meat supplement snack featuring a sealed samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine. Quite a bit of information you gather there for a simple quick glance. You should really be focusing on why there's a serious samurai dog there in the first place. No, so the snack wasn't all Missile found. Oh, what do we have here? It appears to be a lady's undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have interested in cross-dressing. I somehow doubt that. It doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. A samurai dog in a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in the room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could really belong to one person. I suppose I should get this over with and ask the owner of that undershirt about it. If you could please take a look at this brown colored undershirt. Oh, HGP, what is the meaning of this? Why didn't you steal that thing from my bags? I mean, all you have to do is ask and I would gladly give it to you as many as you like. Thanks, but no thanks. This shirt was found here on the crime scene. What? Come on. Why didn't you just confess and explain what is it doing here? I know nothing. Nothing, I tell you. What? Oh, I admit I used the fireplace to dry that shirt, but I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know. Wearing that pink princess costume is like a sauna. And on top of that, I get fingered as a suspect? You're too cruel, Edgy Poo. Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside the room? Of course I am. If I have been the one who found the body, don't you think I'll be calm as relaxed I am? I'll tell you it's always like this. So my fault for one well, I don't believe she is lying about her actions. But I can't safely assume she is really trying to sharpen the fireplace on the break. The time the undershirt managed to move from the next room to this room. I assume the samurai dog was also yours? Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can't see through everything about me. And so the feeling of dread continues, but I suppose I should ask you more details. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Oh, of course, I'm forever yours, my Edgy Wedgy Poo. If you could just stick with what I ask you. Edgy, are you a Miss Oldbag? No! You really don't change, don't you? When would you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, well, that summer dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio from the embassy. A present? Studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had a pile of them on the pushcart just to move them all. Those studio guys should have delivered these things by themselves. Right, Edgy? So did you deliver the subreddit off to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey, Edgy, don't just ignore me my question. Aren't you going to stick up for me? Ah, about that. See, after the show, I went to rest and spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were, the subreddit dog was just sitting from the dressing room floor. I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them after the show. Well, by the preparation, you mean sampling them as well. Excuse me? Oh, I tried one and I thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know I was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for a kids show, the taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself a half a dozen of them soap boxes. As I sat there with the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, ah, this is... What is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box, don't you, my Edgy Poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? But I'll only give you one. The rest are all for me. We'll say the lesson for today is that when a steel samurai and a pink princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. There's no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is, smoke is supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry, this is a contradiction of facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't disoriented or something up to that roof? There's testimony in the investigator that puts Larry in this particular chimney. So no, I don't think that's a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke on that fireplace went? Ah, I see. What you're proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Oldback's fire. So basically the fireplaces of neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you're implying? Precisely. The lady's undershirt that Missile found. Why are you getting all excited over holding a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you unmouthed sea slug. If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong, this is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Miss Little found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt, are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through the solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to the chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. There's an X on the back wall of the fireplace. Let's see if we can get a better look at it. What in the... The wall separating this room's fireplace and the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspect, the fireplace does indeed connect to this room and the neighboring room. The neighboring room? There appears to be nothing particular about the next room. But the fact that there is nothing special about this next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passageway to this room's fireplace. We now know that the fireplace connects to rooms, but how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as the masked second killer now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with the masked second murder. It would appear that the answer that makes itself known. You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on. I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Very well then. If you are prepared, I'll show you the exact where my deductions have led me. Good. I'm counting on you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie of what it really is. My lie? I know that there's something you're keeping from the rest of us. Well, what's wrong with you? Why is it that you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you. I should just hurry up and die already if that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself. And throw everything into mass confusion. You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. Even if you make that face to me, it's no use. The man who was ready to die has a strong will, do you know? Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you cause. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some impudent lie, I will never forgive you. Edgy. Although allow me to say that I consider you as among the innocent in this case, and that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this. Alright, this time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened? What didn't happen? The works. Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify why you were did up the roof tonight. After the show, I left the pushcart of the Rose Garden and came to this embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. Larry, I thought I just finished telling you to not lie anymore. But it's kind of ultra embarrassing. And what exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blur it out. So you just gotta have the reason to, you gotta reason it out on me. As your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I have every attention to, we're not about to let time waste in such a troubling matter. You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Oh well, actually I dressed up as Santa once before already. I was down at Gourd Lake. I appreciate if you wouldn't dread up such unnecessary memories for me. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family chimney after all. Actually, it is worth to live, though, and whether or not playing Santa is a big deal. Actually, I believe in this case this man playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying that your buddy didn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff? Precisely, he hit the nail on his head, Agent Line. Hey, Edgy, that's so incredibly mean. Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know. In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present to. I was, delivering a present to a child not basking in the warm glow of love. That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard, but a lie is still a lie. You sure how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that? In any case, the person you wish to deliver the present is most certainly this.
Take that!
Interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect. Don't spread lies about me. I totally didn't want to see Miss Oldback as much as I'd like to go down the chimney. Ow! I advise you to stop right there and get bash into the lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the time want to run into that lady. However, what if you are misformed under the wrong impression, then what? Define wrong impression. I simply mean that the man before you thought it entered the old lady's room, without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this.
Take that!
This is something an old lady received from her employer for the night. A girl who normally plays the Pink Princess. Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken in that actress. But that's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam stirring my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you! You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly, apprehension of a man. You haven't matured at all since we last met. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes? This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murder, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way. Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do you all have to make out some sort of bad guy? To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy has fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure. Hey, Edgy, looks like I got a hang of this court thing now. But we're not in court at all at the moment. Shut up! I see what's going on here and looks like what you do in court. I guess old boy here still has something he likes to say. Lang Z says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything's out of the open, which is why I'll listen. Alright, then get ready to listen to me to defeat Edgy in Battle of the Wits. Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? So you think all I want to do is to go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but that smoke was really thick. In any case of mistaken identity, I mistake that'll make me late for the speech. And on top of it off, I became suspect of a murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Hey, someone say something! Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this not as a confession but as a testimony? So what if I am? There's something wrong with that? My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that? So it was you! You're my stalker! But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm a devoted type of woman who's boldly focused on one man only. As long as my edgy was still, I can drop him and remain faithful. No, not again. Ah, I'm so inspired! You're such an inconsiderable, coward, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. However, there's nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? Remember, Edgy, everything is evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry. And I understand your point. Yeah, see, I'm totally a pro at this now. Very well. If you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you ever wish to see. Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey, why are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending you on above you tonight, your lovely night. Well, isn't that just romantic? But you weren't able to descend from above, weren't you, Mr. Lovely Knight? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing. You can pretend to be arrogant all you like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. What part of this letter shows that the person Larry is intended to was Mindy?
Take that!
Larry, I suggest you take our premonition lessons. That is, if you have never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English! You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to an average eye. Hey, stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing! There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, are they? For punching. So that you have to wait until we were off of this crime scene. Edgy, save me from the scary man. Sure, if you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. That wasn't me. Come again. It was a fake. Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter. She set me up. Accept your defeats graciously. But you guys are being so mean.
Hold it!
Permission analysis. What's that? No matter who of all people could certain unique features of their handwriting, ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting to this letter example of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it is that sent this letter. I'll never write another thing in my life.
Hold it!
It's no use, Mr. Lovely Knight, for you already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting.
Take that!
It's autographed in our mysterious letter. If we compare this handwriting, we'll know the answer to our questions soon enough. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm so sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. You hit the nail right in the head, Edgy. So he finally confesses. I saw the pink princess being carried around the stretcher and got worried, alright? I wanted to go into Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me go in. So what choice do I have? It was the chimney or the bus, Edgy. Your mind jumped into the door of the chimney? What a criminally overactive imagination. Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter, so I snuck it under the door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down to the chimney. Except for the fact that the letter was always a failure at combined settlement. I'm really sorry. Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing bright of a face of humanity. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me, because at the very least I can attest to that about you. Edgy, you're... Ah! We lost a lot of valuable time because of you. Ow! In any case, I believe we can say that we now know exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Bus sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room with an elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion of that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't go any funny ideas about running off, okay? Ow. Hey, what? Edgy, what does this wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet? He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. You can't only rely on words of the suspect after all. We may have figured out where he was, what he was doing all night. But the blood-stained samurai sword was left in the crime scene. As long as there is no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite. Eeeh! Can't eat that guy. He looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me. I'm well aware, and you should be as well, the upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely bumbler, I've been dealt with a nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you got. I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon. But the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be the high-stake gamble. But this was one game I can't afford to lose. I was the one who found the body of the victim the masked second. Besides him was a samurai sword, glittering red and offer out the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect Larry Butts, in here too. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner wanted to sneak into the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you? If you're alluding to his reason of being in the chimney, we already established that. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. But come on, I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Larry, I can agree that I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you. Or me, for that matter. Since his hatred for my entire profession imitated his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood? Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and smell of blood, of course. And according to the test, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty. It's almost heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by.
Objection!
Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? It's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down, spears are the weapons of heroes throughout history. It is the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is in a slightly different category. So what's your point? Are you going to tell me that spear is a real weapon? No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it's bent. Precisely. Apparently a certain troublemaker hit it against the wall in this embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the inside of the steel samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow, let alone a multiple strike necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there's not even a dent to the samurai sword. How can you explain that? Yeah! Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they made them out of the better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summon rain jab move. Man, I got an earful of the director of the play for not doing that in the show. The Steel Samurai special move was changed tonight because of him? Youch! That's more than enough for your whiny whimpering. Now, back on the top of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a strategy per se. All I can do now is to let the chips fall when they may. Using guesswork and taking risks to the place of real logic is hardly the one common way. It's neither smart nor very clever. Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken, for no one should have concealed with the notion of convict all defendants in the first place. What a foolishly foolish statement from a foolishly foolish who hates to lose. It is the job of the prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important in this world than the perfect victory. That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge that I will cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth. You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But if you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed the masked second without benting it. So, what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need. Of course, I need his evidence even he can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close. It's possible to use a samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy, the top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on the weapon. So is it only natural that suspicion will fall into the owner of said weapon? How long do you intend to cling onto that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we left unturned, and we have managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. The only place where the embassy with the victim's blood on is in this sword. You left no stone unturned? Is that a fact? If you got something to say, then say it with only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it a crystal clear, Chief, for you. The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword? That's right, even with Lumino. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what we already outlined. Do I have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is the weapon? If you believe that there is no other door or possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you. And how do you plan on doing that? By showing you what it may possibly be the real murder weapon. Ha! The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself, but my men already searched every last inch of this embassy, and they concluded that nothing else had been used as a weapon. Knowing these facts, do you still want to press forward with the little hypothesis? Of course, because it's not possible that your men expected everything in the investigation. What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games. I don't appreciate when people like you slander my men. I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigated Dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there is something your man couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon. Alright then, I'll play along for now. This real weapon that killed him last second. What exactly is it? A real murder weapon which not a single person has yet to touch is this.
Take that!
The national treasure of Ablaze. You mean the Primitive statue? Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and secretaries may touch it. Which I believe means that neither of you and your men are able to examine it, correct? You know very well that if we did that, there would be an international incident between the Kingdom of Ablaze and the Republic of Babal. The two countries' precarious relations are cheats of the balance over a stupid fight relating to the solitary statue. But I'll be damned if I let someone go to examine it. Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction of the statue facing just before and after the crime were different, and there's only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and give him the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to his infantile words. He's most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, let's be rational about this. Langzi says, just go already. Yes, sir. Shifu, yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the Primitive statue. I see. Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Ancient Lang, I will go speak with the ambassador personally. Save your breath. He may have for a week of frail, but the old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you gotta be tough when you're representing the whole country, you know? Ancient Lang, what do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. What? But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet! I'll take the fall if I have to later. Ancient Lang, the hypothesis is fine that if someone else has to take responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility? If you're going to talk with such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. I'll be the real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then, let's talk and more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can stop here. Action must be taken. Ancient Lang, I'd like to run the luminol and chemical estimates test in the statue. A luminal test? Huh, good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensics in here. Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed the masked second. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't mean your friend is off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill the masked second, so the charges remain. We are hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real murder weapon, I believe further examination is required. You think so? Okay then, knock yourself out. With the sword drawn and ready, there is a certain aura of valor around him. Lang Zi says, those who hold the sword hold an equally strong will. It's said that the weapon reflects the strength and will of one's character. I wonder if this is created to show the country's majesty. Ooh, then what does Franny's whip say about her character? It says that I'm ready to exact punishment of those who break the law. Well, why are you glaring at me? I thought you understood that I'm not a killer. I believe in your case, she wishes to exact punishment before anything else happens. Oh yeah, forgot to mention, there's a trophy to examine the sword and shield. There's a shield on his back. I wonder if that's supposed to mean his back is covered? Lang Zi says, those with the shield on their backs deflect all enemies behind them. It means that he is ready to prevent any blindside attacks that may come in his way. Ancient Lang, there's no need to attach overly complex meanings in such a simple thing. Ha! You didn't seem to get enough Lang Zi saying, so I was just explaining it to you. The saying itself is what I was referred to when I said overly complex, you know. Yep, Lang Zi says. Yep. For examining both the sword and shield of the Prima statue. And what do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint? What a definite lack of bit of evidence that you doing nothing there. Looks like we got some fingerprints to analysis. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. Looks as if it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Hey, forensics guy, I want results of the fingerprints ASAP, you hear me? Agent Lang, I have the analysis results, sir. Good, and? Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know the victim of the murder in the Ablaze embassy? The prints belongs to him, to Mr. Manny Cochin, sir. But that's... What's going on around here? No, that's impossible. Each Prima statue can only be handled by someone of that country. And the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Ablaze's Prima statue. Impossible! It can't be! Yeah! Larry never once set a foot on Ablaze soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information always served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of the smuggling operation was killed with an Ablaze knife and ball. And the masked second was killed when Ablaze soul is Babal's national treasure. And the mystery of the great Yadagarasu who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I have yet to see the big picture they were to form. Alright, that is the end of that. Alright. I left the masked second investigation Francisca and returned to Babal. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babal's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! It's okay. What's the situation? Oh, it's great! Investigating is so much fun! In other words, they made absolutely no progress. Well, we weren't goofing off, sir. Honest, sir. We investigated our hearts out. Very well then. Would you care to give me an update in the investigation? Oh, we had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? You have permission to enter the Alabastian embassy, is that correct? Yep. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess mask. The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that also be playing the role of the Pink Basher yesterday. Ugh. Oh, understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthusiastic to go find her, but I can't blame him. Ever since I lost his value, giving to Dejigumchi. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really going to throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Wait, what? What do you mean by fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. The necessary evidence has been removed and remaining evidence has been rearranged. Hey, you're not going back to Alabas already, are you? No, not yet. I still need to gather a bit more information first. Yeah, there is a trophy related to this. A ladder. Actually, that's a step ladder. That's the exact same thing. No way, from the structure up, they're totally different. But of course, in these perspectives, the best kind of ladder is a rope ladder. A step ladder is much too heavy to carry around after all. And from a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during the earthquake. Yep. Well, there's more of these. It's a running gag throughout the game where they say it's a ladder, step ladder. There is a trophy related to this, which we got one. We're waiting for the other one. We'll find the other one probably in the next game or so. Having real time to clean it up from the fire. I suppose we should stay out of here and investigate the stage somewhere then. Alright, let's talk to him. Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these, you can eat whatever you like. And these are discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern, however, these coupons do nothing for me right now. This open-air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Oh, normally we use it in a variety of events. It's also attracts the extra bit of attention to the ball. I heard that tonight over the Ambassador Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Koshin told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech on my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire the Yatagarasu started? Exactly. Ambassador Paleno, I'd like to ask you a little bit more about the Prima Duck statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabas and Babo used to be one country called Constopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Prima Duck statue belongs to the founders of Constopia. At least, that's what the story goes. It was requested about the key to Constopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it's meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it? Yes, that's correct, which is why both countries are so adamant about the claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it though, I suppose. But if Alabas and Babal were to establish relations, shouldn't that put the end of the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Prima Duck statue is even more important now as a key to disability. I wonder if Ambassador Paleno knows about what has happened to the very important key to disability. Perhaps I should try showing him the key and see what he has to say about it. Ambassador Paleno, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes, and don't worry, you can ask me more than one thing. How about 2 or 3? Miss Daisy, I expect you'll be coming to Babal, yes? Thank you, but just one thing is all required. Manny Koshin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I need to know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there's ever anything I need to as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in the smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. Something Mr. Koshin has a very sharp mind. Recently, many have been really busy, because I became a Babalese representative to the Country Unification Council. He's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see, had tonight's events proceeded without a hitch, the two countries were to unify and became one again. But I guess with how things turned out, the dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. Ambassador Polino, if you could please take a look at this for me. This primitive statue is sitting in Ablaze right now, and actually belongs to Babal. So it would appear. I received a call from Miss Montcalm about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to expect Babal's permanent statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession. Yes, well, I already expected it myself. And it's definitely Alabaster's statue. I know because it's the real statue. Then you're saying that the Babal was the replica? I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babal, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba in this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. To say that we could not determine which statue was the real one. Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose phase, our reunification with our country was what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, alright? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend you to know either. I never thought that about being betrayed by my own secretary. The real symbol of wealth would have been given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Mr. Edgeworth! You look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective. Well, I don't have much else to enjoy as much as an investigation, sir. So, what did you find out? Well... I take it he's found nothing of any particular use, as usual. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting about Mr. Ambassador Polino. Oh? What is this something interesting? This, sir! Wow, that's pretty. That's so pretty. I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there. Why is the flame burned green, Detective? So apparently if you burn this special white crystal oil, then it only made of the ball. It burns this green color, sir. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose it's a ploy to force people to visit the ball should the oil run out. Hey, Gummy, what about these silhouettes? There's stuck some cutouts of the outside of the lanterns that projected the images. Oh, silhouettes, huh? They're rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want to investigate for me. Do you think you could do that much? Uh-huh. You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? Well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. I can't believe you took advantage of my confusion and stole my role as an assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Ablaze? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what happened. Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using the object from the other country? That's the gist of it. The wall is just as strict as Ablaze. In their perception of the people and things that enter their country, meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into both countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatagarasu? In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden in Alabashi inside of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of the boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least, that's what I'm heard from the Yatagarasu out of here. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be any use? There's a little water on it. But how did the water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything that could get wet from around here. I was thinking they have concerts here at this open air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be as willing to hold on to this? What is it? It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'll be some use of tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. Thank you. I'll be honored to hold on to it for you. I think I'll be returning the investigation to Ablaze now, but... I know. I'll go back to Babal, do some more investigating there. I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth. How are things in Babal? Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manikochi's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation onto the Yatagarasu has. Ah yes, the Yatagarasu. Even though I find it hard to believe, the person who can freely traverse into the two countries at will? Preposterous. Well, that's what I came to investigate. I heard that this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Elba was to give a speech tonight here at Ablaze. But that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared and just as suddenly it vanished. After that, there was a fire in the Babylese embassy of the Yatagarasu started. I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir. And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and 1 person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get these other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Agent Lang. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor, I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Elba? We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word that for HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As I can be so easily called away from this case after I come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? You were working on Ambassador Elba's bodyguard at the time? So naturally, you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief alright with my own 2 eyes. The Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. But when the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Elba's speech, the shadow appeared. That's when cries of, "It's the Yatagarasu!" came out. The next second, the spotlights were out, and by the time we got to the area lit again, the deaf thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug or all the other outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is for certain, the Yatagarasu was here. So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette? Yes.
Objection!
If all that you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Ha! Good thinking, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with the same shape, not amongst the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow? That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. There's some roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for the aesthetic, the pool's water is also used for putting out fires. I see. Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically. Fountain spots is set to stay open until the pool reaches a certain level. If the water is used to put out fires, I suppose it might be refilled on its own normal level, which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in his embassy. I guess I'll take some notes about it just in case. Wow! How How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgy. Thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that. Do you really think I am the type of person to just jump in a pool and swim around for fun? Alright then, did you by chance fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son? I guess I kinda lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure it was around here when I last saw him! You imbecile, how could you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you doing with... What are you gonna do if your son fell into the pool? Now hold this child of yours anyways. Huh? Oh, how old is he again?
Hold it!
Larry, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? Oh, that chick, the pink princess. The pink princess?
Hold it!
Miss Juan Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he was looking for is a doll of the Iron Infant. Yup, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son. You have given a whole new meaning of the phrase, an astonishing fool. Larry, we have not seen hide or hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there. Hey, wait! Well, it's not as he'll get very far swimming around in that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. This statue bears a resemblance to the Primadux statue. The plug says Queen Primadux in the battlefield. In order to save the Queen, Queen Primadux put his life on the line and went to war. So Primadux is actually a person of royal blood? I thought it was simply someone imitating a character from ancient legends. But what surprises me is the real person who looks like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. Is this a statue of the queen who spoke to love the King Paradox? Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow makes a leap of that. The suddenly appearance and disappearance shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out his true origin. I expect no less from my subordinate. Now let's hear what you know of the suspect. What really casts a shadow of the Yatagarasu?
Take that!
The suddenly disappearing in the shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is that possible it was created by this statue?
Objection!
Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? The statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You are correct, however, this statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by the only part? What is the other part of the real form of the Yatagarasu shadow?
Take that!
It's another statue? The Yatagarasu statue is made by the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in the panic state. However, if we were to restore the lights where they were when the thief appeared, you believe that the two statues will create the Yatagarasu shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as we reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up the spotlight to cast the shadow of King Paradox in the battlefield, and the statue of the King's shadow will appear as a backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set up the statue of the Queen who spoke the love of the King of Paradox, this will appear as the backdrop of the stage. Aha! So we were to combine the two statues. It looks nothing like the Yatagarasu shadow. Miles Edgeworth, so how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francesca. The way the light needs to have shown of the Queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe the whole statue of the King's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in this case of the Queen, I don't believe her whole statue is needed. Rather, the person who created the statue only used one part of her shadow. Only one part? Yes, and the part alone is enough to fill the rest of the Yatagarasu shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right, I apologize. Now, what part of the Queen's statue is used to complete the Yatagarasu shadow?
Take that!
Think back at what is missing in our shadow. 5 long, thick areas, correct? Now, what does it remind you of? Ah! That's right, it can be the shadow of the Queen's left hand. Francesca, please adjust the spotlight to the spotlight's position so that it only shines to the Queen's left hand? Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. Yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand, and then pull out the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted to see. In the panic, the guest must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume that was a part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu shadow had vanished, which means the shadow was a construct at the very beginning. As you can see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Ablaze tonight. The only country that Thief visited was Bawal, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Ablaze. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense that the biggest clue is yet to solve in this case the existence of this accomplice. How's the investigation going? Oh, it's bad. Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating Yatagarasu? I've left the murder in Ancient Link's charge. But my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu, so yes. So, what have you found out? I got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please. When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist. She gave me an interesting picture. A journalist? Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her. But what in the world? The Yatagarasu is flying through the air! The times, they are changing. It's not just a map, but evidence. Even they lied to us now. But when was that photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see, so this was taken after the fire. The blur in this picture took off from the Ablaze embassy, flew over the boundaries and headed for the embassy of Ablaze. This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Actually, come to think of it, I come across a case like that as well. 2 actually. Maybe it happened more often than we think. Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took out the Ablaze embassy, so I should start from there. Francesca, I need to return the Bawal investigation for a bit. Alright. We'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to investigation. Yes, let's. To think after all the running around, we're right back to where we started. It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Polino, but I have yet to find his killer. Then I guess his murder really was the work of a Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of a fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Polino. Actually, there is one thing I could do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh sure, please feel free to investigate in your heart's content. Also, there's a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I could gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Polino. You're a total gentleman. You don't have to waste such nice words to me, little miss. Hey, hey, Sir Polino. Those two sure got chummy very awfully quickly. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the states of this room before and after the fire. And we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came across this room, this person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that this person I was chasing is Mr. Cochin's killer. We don't know that yet, however, it's hard to believe that this person is unrelated. Furthermore, because of the key the Yatagrasu stole 7 years ago is found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it. That woman's almost definitely Mr. Cochin's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Yatagrasu and mysteries, I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part of the investigation too? Yes, he has been chasing after Yatagrasu for all these years. Uncle Bad. Now that I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. Well, what? This kind of looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagrasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. But this could be how the person escaped. Well, we need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dwell anymore and pick our investigation where we left off. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask you about your movement before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There's more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Ablaze embassy tonight. What a bother all that was. Wait, but the only fire we know about the one after the Gemma Ninja show. Well, the first occurred at the start of the Gemma Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floor of the embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. And the fire started after the Gemma Ninja show was the second one of the night? Exactly. So the fire I witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? And when was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. So then what was the exact damage of the second fire? The combine was contained on this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers of the fire on the floors above it that caused it. That's how I should put this, a very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny's himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Polino. Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again? We were discussing where your actions and your whereabouts for today were, and if you happen to know what Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were all as well. Yes, very well. Let's see, I've been quite busy all day from morning until now. First I woke up and then brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll for breakfast. Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you like to condensed version? Alright, that I could do for you. So what did Mr. Cochin and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Gemma Ninja, but Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up the office. You helped clean Mr. Cochin's office. Why are you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why both the Primitive statue and the Balinese knife were set down here. I see. Oh, but the tiny thing didn't take much, really. We were just burned some fire we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain though, huh? How about that? I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up to creek without Manny here to get angry at me. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of the secretary's anger? Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why even just this morning he got mad at me? I spilled some Bubbly's ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Talk about a boss getting bossed around. That's about it for what we did this morning, just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Cochin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Ethereum Neutralist. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I straightened myself out a bit, we returned to the theater, because I was taking part of the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Elba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo show, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for the handshake photo op with the Jammin Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got up to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the ambassador staff pull it out. So you didn't see Mr. Koshin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there, in the eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Polino, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be much more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? It appears this area is heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started in examining everything. There's a bottle of Bubbly's ink at Mr. Kochin's desk. It looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The steel is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get through the bottle or to burn it up the ink. Hey, Mr. Polino, it looks like your precious Bubbly's ink is all red after all. What? That's odd.
Hold it!
Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Kochin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him. When I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. And when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big I was able to see the room after all. The fire was green. What was the cause? Well, white crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Bubbly's ink is made from the same oil, which means that it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. The case of the perpetually green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? It would appear that his desk has also fell victim to the fire. But it doesn't look too damaged. Oh, I think we could ruffle around the drawer a bit. I suppose we really should take a look.
Eureka!
The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right. What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley. Oh yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for a purpose of studying them, you see. Yes, I do. I do seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burnt to the crisp by the fires? Ambassador Polino, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on these notes. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see. In that case... Oh, did you figure something out? This note we found in Ablaze. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damas II. Damas II? Then this note... Yes, it was a request from Mr. Kochin for Damas II to steal the Primitive statue. What? Manny? Try to steal Ablaze's Primitive statue? We wouldn't know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Kochin? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask the Dental Gumshoe lady to run an analysis. I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea why he would request a theft of the statue? There was one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you could tell me would be great help, Ambassador. I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Koshin hired the masked second. Actually, I fear it may have been my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one of a part of today's events. But because of the Yatagarasu and the fire here, it got cancelled, didn't it? I'm actually relieved that the rest of the event has been cancelled. For you see, Babal's statue, well, it's just a replica. And then Mr. Koshin knew about the Babal's promote statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We had to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today as this would impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it, it'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Constopia. At the time I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious. Mr. Koshin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I am sure he did all that just to ensure that you are the next Constopian ambassador. But why was he trying to study so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't have the answer yet as to why he was trying so hard. But I suspect he had an ulterior murderer in mind just beyond just simple kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Did the gumshoe collect the information I requested? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Go ready to take a look. It's for you after all. What is all this, Gummy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. We now know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, detective. Oh, it was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. What do you mean? As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Oh, don't you worry. I'm going to find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm going to become a good Yatagarasu, just like my father, right? Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it's a truly wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. You bet! So what now, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask for a favor. Yes? That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon? Oh, you mean Little Thief? You're coming to rely on it, aren't you? I don't need a crush like that. I'm only asking because I need it for investigation. For an information data dump together in the ambassador's testimony. I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor flyer. You got it. Alright, here we go. Dark skies of evening when no other birds dares take wing, one alone remains all seen. Now witness a true power of real modern day Robin Hood. It seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible you might have escaped with the person Kay saw you as well. Ooh, what's this? Is this some kind of light show I was not told about? This is the power of the true vigilantes, recreating the room with the info I put it. Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. I believe it's time we return to our investigation. This grandfather clock. It was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming. Huh? That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot in every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged his internal mechanisms or something? Ambassador Polina, may I take a look inside the clock? Sure, go right on ahead. Did the gumshoe if you please expect the sight of this clock? Yes, sir, I'm on it. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir. It looks like a length of wire, so this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what was the long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? It sounds like it wasn't Mr. Planer who put the wire under there. Then perhaps it was Mr. Koshin's killer who did. It looks like one of the Ablaze knives were already missing before the fire began. So it would seem, especially since the other two knives where handles were burned away. The remaining handle was swapped out with a handle with the real murder weapon. And Babal's natural treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think? I'm not sure I will lump the replica statue with the rest of Babal's woes. These must be the large green flames Ambassador Polino saw. But the flames like these, there's no wonder he couldn't get in. Okay, by the time you came in this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire had died out or something at the time. And this fire is only burned at the time that the fire started on the 3rd floor. Until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused to stir up a ball, I suppose. I guess Mr. Polino was just lucky enough to run into this fire while it was burning, huh? Yes, you can put it that way, and since you were on the first to discover the body, you can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person who we're chasing, of course. I knew it! That person we saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Kochin's killer. That is very likely to be the case. After all, the person came in the room before you. They must have chosen this room specifically because because they knew no one would be in here. Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in? But then, what did the person set the fire and make the green flames? Well, whatever it was that person burned, it made a rather sizable fire. And since the fire's green, well, we can see something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean. Yes, and I do believe what you're thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the exact same color as these green flames?
Take that!
The silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the white crystal oil it's burning. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. I think we now establish that the green flames were caused by white crystal oil. Furthermore, we now know there's only one other thing made of white crystal oil. Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Polino was mistaken about, right? Yes, precisely. As we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose. I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made of white crystal oil that Ambassador Polino was mistaken about.
Take that!
Bubbly's ink are made of white crystal oil. Oh, so it should burn the exact same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from the bottle of Bubbly's ink. Because we found the ink Mr. Kochin used in his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Kochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all the ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gives birth to the green flame. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. It would appear that I finally found it, a smuggling ring's real goal. Made of bubbling ink, this is the source of the green flames.
Take that!
What will consider the grade of the volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Xinfa. You're kidding! You're saying that it was Mr. Kochin who made the counterfeit bills? I am. I believe you could even go as far as to say that he stole Bubbly's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Kochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's clearance, you will be needed for investigating as well. Yes, I suppose so. We caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out those who shielded Mr. Kochin and concealed his crime. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Detective, you took part in the initial Babal investigation, correct? Yep, sure did. I also helped put up 4 flyers, sure. Well, that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. But I haven't remembered to use the stairs at the point, so I've been burnt to crisp. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in case of fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh? Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic? Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Bubbly's embassy at all? I didn't personally. And the other staff members told me they never got to good look at the person either, sir. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more of what you discovered, Detective. The second fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Ablaze. That's also when the sadistic person was spotted in Baba, which caused them panic. So no one was able to get into a good look at the Yatagarasu that entered Baba? Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know. Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. The person with the long coat. Sounds the exact same person I saw. The Yatagarasu that appeared in Ablaze was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that effect, the Yatagarasu also appeared in Bobala is also suspect. Can't be serious! Not only were this close to capturing their fate. I mean, Callisto you. So the Yatagarasu appeared, causing mass confusion, killed Mr. Koshin, and disappeared. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase up the Yatagarasu? I did, but well, the embassy was huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with and got lost for a while there.
Hold it!
You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were on guard, Detective? I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh, is that a fact? Yeah, it was when I lost and wandering around on the third floor hallway, sir. When I heard the scream, I head towards it right away. Oh, that's probably when I found Mr. Coach's body. Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got really worried and ran as fast as I could. It was thanks to Gummy that Miss Sheena wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can't be useful once in a blue moon. Damn. Still, it's too bad that Ancient Sheena got here before I did. I wonder where Ancient Sheena was before you found her here. Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. Ancient Sheena mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier. Well, she apparently helped on putting the first fire. Then during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? We examine everything in this office, but there's still one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Polino about it. Ambassador Polino, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me it's very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the positions in the grandfather clock. Oh, that's right. You also paid a visit on Ablaze side in the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is blatantly symmetrical. No matter which room, no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even when the art is located the same, as my room is currently under renovation, we work hard to make Manny's room look like it was the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo op in the Gemma Ninja? Yes, that's right. I mean, what a photo like that's worth not taking the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression. About the substantially competitive spirit of all of us, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I need to connect the dots. Connecting what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. The Alabashian and Balbali's side of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know the fact to be a fact, in this room fireplace may hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? And now that as the fireplace turned out to have a revolting back wall. A revolting back wall? It looks like something out of the ninja house. Wow, there's a trick like that built in the fireplace, sir? What? And the embassy calls that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot in this room that you don't know, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill and letting Manny to do all the work for me. Please, I really want to know the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed, and my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. It looks like just about a fireplace though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again? And now you have to push where the X is on the far wall in the fireplace. Oh, I see the X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it. Ah, you scared me, sir. There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradictions of facts. Huh? Well, we found an X where you thought it would be, right? We did, but that's not what I referred to. Something's missing in the scene. What's the contradiction mean for us? Ambassador Polino, you said that you burned some old files in the fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right. But why are you asking? But why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I have to admit I'm a bit irritated when I'm this serious. In any case, take a look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't really think that Ambassador Polino is lying, do you? No, there's no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is a fireplace that's causing contradiction. Okay, if you wanted my updated fireplace for me. You got it! I'll add all the ashes of burnt files and... Sounds like we're pretty much figured everything out now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads lead us. Oh, I sense it coming on. You saw the $1,000 again, right? Oh, you mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know. There's really no need for you to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. The reason why all the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is still clean for that. Ambassador Polino said that he spilled some Ablaze ink while he was burning the files. And yet there is not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well then, I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. Two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace while the ashes were moved from the neighboring room, which means that this is clear indication that the fireplace was used. Then you mean the person I was chasing? Disappeared from this room through here? Yes, I believe the person you were pursuing is Mr. Cochin's killer. After committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured the killer's escape route. Oh yeah, but this is only the beginning. Now I have to chase the killer down. If the killer used a fireplace in this room and escaped to the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was with the neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh, it was that person, right? Yes, Detective. Ancient Sheena. It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight to this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could have been you that killed Mr. Cochin. I don't see any proof yet because I know she is hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself? No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Just a gumshoe. Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need to run the handwriting analysis in Damaski's note. Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall. Right now, sir? No, next decade. Of course now! We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy, you can do it! Alright, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back. You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective. Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. That's so neat, now I want to try going through here too. There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ashes really did push to the other room. Furthermore, the bubbly ink you spilled, Ambassador, is on the back wall. Okay, here I go, sir.
Hold it!
Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer. Huh? But there's all the ash and stuff. And your point is, now we're short on time. If you could please hurry on through. Yes, sir. Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains to be a few more mysteries to solve. Such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling remembers, the 2 weapons that made it across the border and became misused still 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how misuse relates to these embassies. Mr. Edgeworth. Number of pieces connected in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost though I'd make it up complete mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said it was easy to follow the leads. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? There's info gathering you need, Governor and I can help with that. And all you have to do is show off your fancy smashy logical deductions. Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? Let's not overcomplicate things, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You've been so focused like a laser and only one seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But when thinking things through calmly, answers should come to us. Okay. That's the sort of thing I say to myself. When I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know. That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect here, for your sake. Yay! Looks like you're back to your straight-faced self again. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Good work, Detective. Looks like you used that fireplace like a door, sir. Are you alright, Gummy? I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. Your jacket has gone quite filthy. I see the helmet has practically turned black. Yeah, well, quite a bit of unburnt ink got onto it, sir. I see. Thank you, Detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat. What? Oh no, sir. I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was the coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it clean, but you know. I see. Very well then. As you wish. So basically, Gummy's able to climb through the fireplace. You know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact. And that is... I will have to explain it to you later. Right now we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Take the gumshoe? Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. The handwriting analysis of Mr. Cochin's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait for the theorem from the Neutralist, along with ancient Lang and ancient Sheena. Alright, this is going to be our last section for today. Agent Lang. Lang Z says, little cubs, never do they know the real fury of the Elder Wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I could get. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills being for Bubbly's ink, they were all of Zing Fuss demonizations. Yes, so I heard from Miss Monkarma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burnt yet. Ever since those things show up in circulation, the country's economy is taking a big hit. Zing Fuss is a financial chaos as we speak, because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money, the citations are also worried. I stake the honor of the House of Lane on this. And I've come to this land to capture the mastermind behind the whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Singfa. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to me first. And I called to return home without a single answer. Ancient Lane, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh no, it is I who should apologize. It's all because I was not strong enough. Fuller was able to think of a better solution. Squawk is you fool, curse your empty brain. You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of the story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den. Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much for us to do but to go home as well. Hey, Chilling, a moment, you, Wolfman, the secretary lady. Hold it! Objection, pal! Take the gumshoe. Have we gotten the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yep, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, Detective. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Ancient Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly do you fail to see the Yatagarasu? When you were in the neighboring room where Mr. Cochin was killed. I'd like to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, what are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Ancient Ling hasn't touched on Bobal's investigation at all, so I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Now that twist, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in the head of yours. The only thing gone in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end. She's seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day. You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate and ready to fill me guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, the evidence is hardly flimsy as you can see. Ha! I should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out in the very end. It would appear that way. Well, I'll prove your innocence, so let's see what you got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. For an opening argument, I discussed the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal, and established exactly who it was that Case saw. Ancient Lang, I assume you've been briefed with case testimony? You mean the suspicious person in the code that she saw? That's right. The person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? And who do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first I want to reveal what Kay's mystery person did. Kay, if you can please explain for us what the person you were chasing did. Okay, you got it! I first spotted the suspicious person near the open air stage of the Ablaze site. I called to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of the argument, let's call this suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do! I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Ablaze embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned to the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Cochin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. When I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? By the time I had turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. When Kay entered the room, the person she saw chasing was already gone. What do you suppose that is? That was Miss Lang. What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out of the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Oh, how do you know that with such certainty? That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through the door, they would have run into this person.
Take that!
Your answer is Sheena. Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Cochin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run into the Agent Sheena, who was in the next room over. Agent Sheena, will you mind telling me what you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see? Therefore, the Yatagarasu could not have escaped through the door. It just means that the creep slipped out and Sheena made it into the hallway. I doubt that. There was another person in that hallway. A certain detective. That's a gumshoe. Where were you exactly at the time? Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay scream, I ran towards Mr. Cochin's office from the opposite direction. Agent Sheena, sir. So, Agent Lane, can you explain how someone could include both of them? Even you must concede that these circumstances, the door was not a visible route. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him with this explanation of what happened. Yes. I eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from all. I need to make Agent Lane aware as well. And yet another possible route that the Yatagarasu could have taken. I get it. So that's what you're trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door is not a visible escape route, there must be another way out. Precisely. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time to bust out our revolving firewall explanation, right? No, not quite yet. Huh? Why? I thought this would be a perfect time. The revolving wall on the Bobley sign is known as only 4 people. And if we use this information wisely, the truth may escape from us in the end. What's with the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Nothing of the sort, Agent Lane. Come, let's continue where we left off. That smile and haughty attitude of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Well, no matter. I figured out you already are. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room window. In the eerie picture that said escape route exists. Are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarazu's escape? I guess Detective Ben must have filled in on this photo. I have to admit that at first, but I thought the window would be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that it's impossible. No, I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly. Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought the photo could be a Yatagarazu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright, then explain yourself. The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarazu that Kay was chasing after. You can say whatever you like in this, whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence. Very well then. I present you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same as the one in this photo.
Take that!
Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kay saw. Kay spotted the Yatagarasu headed for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. Yeah, way to go! That's twice you bit him in the butt now. We're not done yet. You still haven't explained what that shadow is, and how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it is quite yet. Ha! As I thought. However, the Yatagarasu escape route? No, that I can answer. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me.
Hold it!
Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading out the Ablaze investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you have much knowledge about the Ablaze side of the case. So it wouldn't be best if you lead on that side, Agent Sheena explained in my stead? Sheena is my subordinate. If I don't stick up to her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss? Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him. Sheena, you shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth. Alright, if you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it you like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Balvanese embassy? During the first Balvanese fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared in Bobal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually quite skeptical that the girl Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person running into Mr. Kochin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were in the investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi. Is that correct? Were you calling her suspicious because she was in the room all by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale? And how about when you accused Larry because he was a weapons owner? Urgh. Not that I expected for the useless lump to get in such a situation, although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation. Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be a killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize. I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not as suspicious anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena. Then let's put that to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust. This promised to be interesting. Being in the room next to Mr. Kochin's office is the problem with your testimony. Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Ancient Link, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace? Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects to the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Alabasta isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace at Mr. Kochin's office holds the exact same secret. What? The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now, DC. If the Yatagarasu had escaped to the next room, then the thief would have run straight to Shina. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena, how you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Your claim that you were on the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat, pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one that she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Kochin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shedded your coat in the next room, leaving him there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around and placed Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Sheena? Does that laugh? That laugh. It's her. I don't remember this irritating laugh. I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be, but it has to be. Sheena, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors in this country really are all very strange. Do you think you could get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's the prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled to the fireplace? Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. Just because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose and we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me her true powers on mine, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. My question? Here's your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babwa was used recently.
Take that!
I'm sorry, but this is really your honest answer to my question? Yes. According to Ambassador Poleno's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cochin. Oh? The ashes of what they burned was left in the fireplace as they should be there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Ambassador, Polino said he had forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed to the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes were in Mr. Cochin's office is my proof. And just what is so funny, ashes proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? Do you still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, it's simply continuing where we left off all those years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at the crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now. I suppose. I had a lot of fun today, and I grew weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony. Wrap this up, assert case once and for all. In my eyes, all you should prove me that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof if the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with your evidence. Remember, we already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. And there you have it, my counter-argument. That's very impressive. She has seen through the facts that I have yet to gather in one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true hero of the Yatagarasu's name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running into catch the truth. You must see it through the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. With pleasure. Looks like the lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Sheena, please, show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry, this will be the deciding match. You'll see. I'm truly sorry, Angela, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Sheena. Shall we begin? I'm ready whenever you are. While you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation, are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, are we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents? You better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. I never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is this supposed to mean? A length of wire? So what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Ablaze embassy not long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder? But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing. There's more? In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What in the... Hiya! That evidence was something you found out through the girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Ah, that's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, recreation made by the machine is hardly concrete proof. Along the ashes found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see? So there's nothing of that office. Nothing you can call evidence anyway. I'm sorry, but I seem to be giving you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort, but rather I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete. And that throws doubt of the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. You still suspect me, I see? Alright then, I ask you to point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent China. But it's not possible that the reason the person K was chasing into the 3rd floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we come to see that Agent China was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there's one other case that no one yet to expect. The team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to expect this location.
Take that!
The location, Ancient China, is of course the room we claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Cochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I will be the one to decide that. Inspector Gumshoe? Yes, sir, I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out the room next to the office. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think that Miss China is the Yatagarasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. And I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. But can you prove that she's the Yatagarasu is the question. If Teddy Gumtree can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. And just what you're hoping he'll find. Let's just say this. I had Teddy Gumtree do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment? Yeah, I think that Teddy has the brain to high science. It wasn't that mentally taxing having the same escape route as the Yatagarasu. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for the person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, by going to there, the code was covered in ash and bubbly ink. Who cares if his clothes covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. Ah, but is it really worth so little? I believe it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove. Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir. Oh, and what are these things that you found? Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? You heard that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing. Yes, it's possible it does exist. Ancient Chino, were this piece of evidence not in the room you were examining? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They're getting in the way, so I stored them in that room. Aww. Thank you for bringing them to me. It takes me a trip. May I have them back now? These items our detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request they will be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Ancient Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say let them look in your stuff, Sheena. Lang? Sheena, let's put this all in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good. Well, let us begin. So which of Ancient Sheena's belongings do you going to examine, sir? Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir. It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly, Ancient Sheena. The Yatagarasu that Kei saw was wearing a coat, and I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace? Aha! No, you have it all wrong. That suit probably got into my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about this dark substance on the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize the hem was that dirty. I'm sure just some water mixed in with some suit when I was helping up with the fire. I don't think so. You think you get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. It's the same pattern of dirt I got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Your words ring hollow in my absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can. What? How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Huh? Me, sir? What did I do? This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kei saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that it's going through a fireplace was solely a coat. I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for your praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show what a dark substance this coat helm is. Oh, and you think you could do that? Of course I can. This is a dark substance that's solely the hem of this coat.
Take that!
But Balinese ink? Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through the fireplace. According to Ambassador Paleno, he burned some files in the fireplace that morning. He told us about that already, so I don't really see the point of mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink on the back wall of the fireplace at the time. If that dark substance in this coat turns out to be Balinese ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through the robbing fireplace wall. Ugh. Sorry to have clipped on one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but I'm not finished yet. We have no way to prove whether or not this is Balinese ink in the coat helm. Oh, but I do. But I intend to show that it is ink for a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I would prove that the dark substance in the coat is Balinese ink. We can find out whether it's Balinese ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're going to prove that it's Balinese ink? Yes. If you could please cut the session in the dark stain out for me, I appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is. Sheena, sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut off a bit of your coat. Go ahead, I wasn't planning on wearing it anymore anyways. No, if someone could loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light some smoke bombs. Then, if you please have one carry, we can get this experiment underway. The flame! It's the same color as the flame's white crystal oil produces, which means Balinese ink is a product of white crystal oil, and when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing. Miss Sheena, you're the fake Yatagarasu. The one who killed my father. It's about time you came clean, Sheena. Or should I say, Callisto you. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like a joking type to you? Callisto you, I never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking and that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it. Oh really? Do you have proof? You insist that I am this Callisto you woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me.
Objection!
The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies up in the darkness of light. However, light of dawn has arrived, and it will reveal your true ugly form in the world. Enough poetry, I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto you? I do. It's something that a second Yatagarasu has preserved us for the last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, okay, but we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her that we Callisto you with this and clip the Yatagarasu's wing for good.
Take that!
This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto you. It will? Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are in here as well. This is the bottle you perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Bern Faraday, that if I store under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up if we compare the prints to this on your own. Now come, Agent Sheena, will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Oh gosh, he's insane. Jeez, what a maniac. It looks like you see right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down in my spine, Edgeworth. Callisto, you. So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill is ever greater than that time 7 years ago. Sheena, you're... Lang, I really enjoy our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So you were a spy all along? A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been stationing after? Someone who's been feeding them intel and Interpol all this time? Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto, you. The woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right. Callisto, you. That's just one of my many names. And even that's just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Great Yatagarasu. Callisto, you. This time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatagarasu gadget, I might never know who you are. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Kay, don't. I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possesses laughable honesty. Kay! You let Kay go right now, pal! You despicable! Let go of me, you filthy... You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. That's impossible! My father was the one who created Little Thief! Hey, Edgeworth. The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why does it have 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm its security system. No, it can't be! Did you finally figure it out? Did you finally know who the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Burn Faraday nor Callisto Yu, but at the same token, they're also both the real Yatagarasu. How very persuasive of you. No way! A single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth, I refuse to believe this. The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. The warrior would have an opportunity to learn the layout of the client's operations. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor will be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3. The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever. Oh... Detective Bad! It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. Because the lead detective on the case hides it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu? You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years, but I finally got you. Why, Mr. Bad, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why indeed? It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time I won't miss. Stop! You! Kay! It's over, Sheena. Your leg! Agent Lang! You idiot! What were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. As long as he is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that. Huh, that's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey sis, yes? I want you to conduct a full body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her. Alright. Dr. Gumshoe, your assistance please? Sir! Hey, I found something! What is this, sir? It looks like a blade of a knife. It doesn't have a handle. This is the great find, detective. Huh? It is, sir? Let's try pairing this blade up with this handle.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs to the handle of this was on the murder weapon. Hey, it fits together perfectly! This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. I'm going to go return this Bubbly's knife now. Alright, I trust you will make sure it is returned to Ambassador Paleno. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it. Callisto Yu. For the only time the handle could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with an alabaster knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blades and the Bubbly's knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her for the murder. Does it about sum it up?
Objection!
You craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there is two problems with it. Problems? In what respect? What do you think my real reason was to allow her to chase after me? It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gatewater Land, I knew right away that you were Byrne Faraday's daughter. I became curious. I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me? Yes, I know you will show up at his embassy tonight. So I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Yes, once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you and take back the device that's rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You want to take Little Thief away from me? 7 years ago, it's all thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. And he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. You. That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There's no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings. Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena? I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Bubbly's embassy on fire. And why did you do that? It's supposed to destroy evidence of the counterfeit bills. That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do, but then why start two fires? Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I had my fun, now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait, Miss Sheena. Yes? When I fell to the floor, these fell in my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, I should probably return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot Edgeworth. About the second problem I have in your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, Agent Lane? Mark my words, I'm not done here and I'll be back. And I got nothing to do with a duty or anything, because it has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to be negated the sensation of pain of in his injured leg. It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I peered through my heart a little, you know? It's so cold and dark, and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Escher, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Gem and Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Oh, I guess that's that time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You really done a lot for everyone all these years. Detective Bad, don't tell me today is the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu, were chased after. The legend of the Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Bet? Were you just a part of the Yatagarasu? As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bat! Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's not just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just shaking on my chin, is she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bat. Wait, no, you're no longer a detective. Mr. Bat, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here, I should give these back to you. These are the pages from my KGA case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. Huh, wait, what? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, wasn't it? Wait, and that means what? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KGA incident, it was a very emotional, trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor, and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. Yu was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we received that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do it so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano group. Mr. Amano's conglomerate? We call ourselves the Yatagarasu and flex our collective muscle. We expose all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart, and Faraday, he died for it. But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim of the KGA incident? After Faraday's death, I looked into her past, and that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KGA incident, CCU. She never had a sister. What? Then that means Sheena wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto Yu was another synonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck into this page of the case file. Please use it wisely. Trump card? That photo that we snuck in there. Try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all these years ago. It's the mark of the Yatagarasu, but why? This is the directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. It is something Kojin had on him at the time of the KG8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU. But why is the card adorned with the mark of a Yatagarasu? The reason why we call ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark in that smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come in these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. But apparently it burned a bright green flame when set ablaze. So you mean the cards were written in Ablaze ink? The fact that this card was Kojin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all. It's nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So that's what these white cards are. The great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe, I'm entrusting this to you. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KGA incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important, definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man in the name of Ernest Amano. And he had it locked and hidden away all this time. But we forced him to tell him where it was finally after the other day's kidnapping case. This video. What? Don't come any closer! I'm warning you! This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Yeah, it would seem that even he got caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take this on the boss someday, and the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the current evidence. And that card is not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a director's card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman? The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever those holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is, whether you use them or not, it's up to you. But they will be a help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought into court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad, there is no limit to the law for it to people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that, even now, we really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu. Pops! Don't ever lose your detective spirit. Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now, let's go. Yes, sir! Is this really the end of the legend? Alright, we're gonna call it here. Alright, this has gone long enough. So the next stream of Ace Attorney Investigations will be the final one. Will be the final stream of the Ace Attorney Investigations. So for now, thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.